So we hope John's watching. We just pray John's watching.
This TV doesn't get orange.
The meeting of the Board of Regents Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The board will continue in open session and meet as a committee of the whole in meeting of the board. Chancellor Duncan, President May, President Nellis, President Mitchell, President Lang, will you please do the introductions and recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One introduction today, and it's someone that you're all familiar with, a person who's played a key leadership role in Texas Tech University system throughout. I'd like to introduce Dr. John Opperman, who served as Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs. Dr. Opperman, the university presidents, provosts, and academic leadership teams at component institutions on initiatives, programs, and previously, John has served as Vice Chancellor for Policy and Planning, overseeing strategic planning for the system as academic policy issues assigned by the Chancellor. He spent more than 20 years in public service with the state, working primarily on issues related to higher education, public education, and state budgeting. John as a part of our executive leadership team. I've worked with him over a number of years on a number of and appreciate the skills and abilities that he brings to our team. John started working for John Monford to fire the State Board of Insurance, and so that's how we got started together. But John's done a great job for us. I think he has for what we need to be doing here, and I'm real proud to have him as part of our team. John.
John, please stand.
Next, I'd like to take a couple of moments to recognize our governmental relations staff. This group works extremely hard throughout the year and even harder during the legislative session. As we have discussed, the 84th legislative session adjourned in June was very good for higher education and for the Texas Tech University system. We have a talented GR team dedicated to understanding higher education issues as well as working with the legislature. They work closely with the members and their staffs. They stay apprised of all bills that can impact the Texas Tech University system, and they work with representatives. The reason I went to the Senate was because it starts too early in the morning. So as I was there 35 days, Martha, Jennifer, and Chaz, and Mike made sure that I was at the Capitol before 7 to go to these House meetings. They start early in the morning, and they don't end at 5. They continue to work late at night. And even when they go home, they still are monitoring committee hearings that go on to midnight. I think, considered to be one of higher ed, and they're always in the room, and they're always able to be in the meat of negotiations. I want to introduce you Martha Brown, who is our Vice Chancellor of Governmental Relations. I've worked with Martha for 20 some odd years. Martha, stand up. Y'all all know Martha. Martha is our field general with regard to governmental relations and knows more about higher ed law and has probably written more higher ed law in the state of Texas. Jennifer Chambers is based in Austin. Jennifer served as legislative director in my Senate office and has an expertise in health. So she works on our general academic missions, but also has expertise in health care, does an outstanding job for us. Jennifer. Chaz Sample is from Midland, Texas. We grabbed him from Speaker Craddock's office, and he's worked for us for several years. He's a very knowledgeable, especially on House, on the way the House works. The House works a little differently than the Senate, and Chaz does a great job. He always and was very instrumental in our GLEAN project. Was Chaz. Missy Barton and Sylvia Chavez are also members of the GR team, and we appreciate their efforts. I don't know that they're here today, but they backroom kind of a concept for us, and they do a lot of things here for our governmental relations team. There's one person I hadn't talked about yet, and I want to take a moment to finish the recognition in May meeting when we recognized TTU system employees for their length of service. Mike was in service on that day in Austin. He couldn't be here. So I wanted to salute Mike Sanders, who has 45 years of service with Texas Tech University. Mike. And Mike was doing this when I was a student, so. But since that time, Mike and I have had a great friendship, and he has been a mentor to me throughout the years in politics. If you want to understand the history or the basics of what goes on Capitol and with higher education, and even here at Texas Tech University, Mike is a great resource, and I appreciate his friendship over the years. That concludes my introductions for the day.
Thank you, Chancellor. President Lang.
I have none.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Regents, I'd like to...
It is customary for the Alumni Association to present a watch to each new regent as they, despite the orange tie. Mr. Hammonds, sir, and Mr. Huckabee, I want to congratulate you. Thank you for your service.
Next, I'd like to one of our outstanding students. This past month, the Texas Business Hall of Fame Foundation selected recipients from across the state to receive the Silver and Black Give Back Scholar of outstanding Texas business leaders and to perpetuate and inspire spirit, personal integrity, and community leadership. The foundation wants to encourage outstanding students in Texas to put their talents, skills, and entrepreneurial spirit to work. The foundation selected Nick Burns. Nick, would you stand, as a $15,000 scholarship recipient? The funds are to be used to business goals and were awarded to him based upon his leadership skills, business acumen, and entrepreneurial desire. Nick is a CPA student and plans to graduate in December of this year. Nick is also co-owner of a tech startup company that focuses on integrating biometric sensors with radio frequency identification technology while using big data analytics for insight. This is the sort of thing that is perfect relative to the activities we have with the new Innovation Hub at the Research Park, and we're really proud of him. Prior to joining the STEM MBA program, Nick served in the U.S. Army and Texas Army. Thank you, Nick. Next, I'd like to recognize our ranch horse team. Next, I'd like to recognize our ranch horse team. Please rise, the members and coach that are here. This team captured our 5th championship in 7 years, American Stock Horse Association Collegiate Championship Show in Ardmore, Oklahoma. Team members compete in 4 separate individual events: stock horse pleasure, trail, reining, and working cow horse competition. Our team not only earned the team crown, but 8 individual riders from the Texas Tech University team finished in the top 10 in their categories, and 2 of our riders earned national titles. Won the national championship title with a 40-point. Their closest competitor was Texas A&M. This 40-point margin is the widest margin ever at this competition between the winner and second place finisher. Today we have 2 members of the team, Jayton Baca. Jayton will be a sophomore this year, majoring in animal science from Vega, Texas. He received one of the 2 individual national, second in the pleasure class and third in the reining class. He was also awarded the Collegiate Non-Pro Trainer Award for training his own horse. Gatlin Duncan. Gatlin is from Mobedia and graduated last May with a management. Is the other member of the team to receive the National Individual Champion title after having a novice trainer award for training his own. Has had an eventful year with being named a national championship, graduating, marrying his high school sweetheart, Shaylee, and taking a dual position with Clarendon College as the assistant rodeo coach and the head ranch horse team coach. One thing you may not know is that these teams are typically coached by graduate students while they're pursuing their upper level degrees. Although he could not attend today's championship team, Robert Rivers. Robert was a graduate student working on his Master's of Science degree in Animal Science and teaching training horses ship. Yet with us today is Chance O'Neill, who's been hired to carry us as a versatility ranch horse open world champion. Trains horses, has worked for multiple ranches, including the 4-6s Ranch, and has competed, judged, and volunteered at competitions all over Texas. We look forward to a great year ahead with him at the helm. Let's congratulate our ranch horse team, national champions. I would now like to recognize our Texas Tech twirlers. And the Texas Tech competition nationally, they perform with the band. The Texas Tech Band. Just 2 small dance twirl championship at Notre Dame University. The twirlers begin practicing for the competition in January. If they'd please, they're 6th place overall for her solo routine. This was only Webster's first year to compete. Although the ladies have taken a well-deserved break before classes begin, we do have their coach, Bethany Tolley, here with us this morning to represent the team, and also Eric Allen, who's the assistant. Let's congratulate these national champions. And Eric, I think, was here, right? Oh, there he is. Very good. Moving on to some staff introductions, I'd like to start with introducing to the board our new Deputy Athletic Director, Chad Weiberg. Chad joined the Texas Tech University family this past month and will serve as the Chief Operating Officer overseeing many of the day-to-day functions of the athletic department. As the second in command, Chad will be involved with all administrative units and department programming. Chad comes to Texas Tech after having 9 years at university. Actually, when I was provost and senior vice president at Kansas State, I worked very Chad in the development area. And its success under Chad as donations to the department have increased in each of the last 5 years, while participation has more than doubled from 5,000 to 10,000. It's like the Red Raider Club. So tremendous growth under Chad's leadership. Chad was named as the 2019 National Association of Athletic Development Fundraiser of the Year. As a graduate of Oklahoma State University School of Business, where he also holds a Master's in Business Administration. He began his professional career at his alma mater at Oklahoma State advancement positions before moving to K-State. Chad is married to Jody. She was the and in the Alumni Association when I was at State. They're a delightful couple, and they have 2 children, Ella and Grant. We're thrilled to have Chad Texas Tech, give him to the Texas Tech University family. Next, I'd like to recognize Pee Wee Robertson, who many of you know. Pee Wee leads our center, and recently Texas Tech's leisure by college rank as one of the nation's best campus pools. 30 schools were recognized. Texas Tech was the best ranked school in the Big 12 Conference. Texas. This is the second time this year that the leisure pool has been nationally ranked. In February, Texas Tech was ranked 15th nationally for the best extras on campus and was the highest ranked school in Texas. Pee Wee serves as a managing director of professional sports. Staff do an outstanding job. Thank you, Pee Wee, for your leadership. Let's congratulate Pee Wee and his team. Last, recognize 2 individuals who are very, very important to me and to the president's office at Texas Tech University and to Texas Tech University. First is Jessica Carrillo. Today is Jessica's last. Sorry.
She's really important.
Jessica, sorry. Jessica's been a stable office of the president, working for 5 presidents under 15 years, for over 15 years in the president's office. Her experience and gifts will be missed tremendously. Yet we're thrilled for her opportunity. Jessica earned her master's in business administration this past May and will be able to use this knowledge gained in her new position as director for engagement with the business here at Texas Tech University. During the president's office, she not only completed her master's graduate degree, she came into the president's office degree, not only worked full-time in the president's office, but then was able to complete these 2 degrees. We're so thrilled for her, and she's done a amount of wonderful work for the president and for Texas Tech University, and we congratulate her. Let's give her a round of applause. And next, I'd like to introduce Mickey Swaffer. Worked in the president's office for a number of years. She serves as the executive associate in the office of the president and assists our chief of staff, Grace Hernandez, as well as serves as a senior assistant to the president. Mickey is going to be moving into Jessica's position. Mickey, again, does a terrific job in the president's office, and I know she'll do an exceptional job as my chief assistant. And she has her degree from Texas Tech University also, longtime employee of Texas Tech University. And I just wanted to be able to introduce her today because a lot of you will be interfacing with her. So Mickey, congratulations. And those conclude my introductions.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry for my emotion.
No. President Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two introductions. The first is Christina Delgado. It's one of our allied health sciences. Actually is not here today, but the reason I want to introduce her is because Regent Messer, she's been appointed by the governor as the student representative to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, which is a for her, and she comes from San Antonio. As I mentioned, she's in our sciences. She's a speech language pathology major there. Comes from a family of 5. Her father's an engineer. Her mother's a laboratory technician, and this just goes to show what the state of Texas thinks of the quality of the students that we have at Texas Tech University system. So I want to introduce her. And my other introduction is this. This is Telly. The Telly Awards competition was founded in 1979 and is the premier award honoring outstanding local, regional, and cable television commercials and film productions and online commercials, video. A national judging panel of over 500 accomplished industry professionals judged the competition, and Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center won the competition this year with more than 12,000. So we're going to get you guys a copy of the video that was made for this. It has to do with our simulation training, and so there's not one of these for everybody, but there is one for my office. This is Telly, and that's all my introduction, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
A single individual, I'm going to hold those comments until the president's report. Thank you.
Thank you for those introductions, recognition. The board will continue in open session to meet as a committee of the whole and meeting of the board. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the board meeting held on May 14th and 15th, 2015? Do I have a second? All those in favor, consider items as a committee of the whole, and I would ask the vice chairman to preside over the committee of the whole. Regent Montford.
The item in consideration of consent agenda items F as listed on pages 1 through 11 of the agenda book and the agenda as note that item F is being preserved of these agendas. If none, as a reminder, on separately from the consent agenda, you may request that the move to the committee of the whole agenda. Mr. Chairman, I move that the board approve the consent agenda and acknowledge its review of the information agenda.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Regent Montford.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the items by the committee of the whole at this time.
Thank you, Regent Montford. The board will continue meeting in open session to consider reports from the standing committees. Chairman Steinmetz, will you present the items considered for action by the audit committee?
Thank you, Chairman Long. Mr. Chairman, the audit committee of the board met in open session on Thursday, August 6, 2015, and considered items as presented on pages A1 through A4 of the agenda book. I request the following items be considered and approved. Item number 1, TTUS, approved 2016 annual for the Texas Tech University system. The committee also accepted the following reports. Item number 2, Texas Tech system report on the audits. Mr. Chairman, the audit committee also convened into executive session, at which time no action items were considered and approved. Mr. Chairman, the committee recommends the approval of the items as presented, and I so move.
Do I hear a second? In favor? Aye. Opposed? Please continue.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the report on the Audit Committee.
Thank you. Chairman Anders, will you present the items considered by the Facilities Committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities Committee of the open session on Thursday, August 6, 2015, and considered items 1 through 15 as presented on pages F1 through F of the agenda book. I request that the following items be considered and approved as a group. Item 1, ASU, TTU, TTU Health Science Center, and TTU Health Science Center El Paso acknowledge the campus index report to the Coordinating Board. Item 2, ASU, approve establishment of a Stage 1 design budget of Health and Human Building as revised. Item 3, TTU, approve for a new research building, ESB 2. TTU, approve a project to construct a museum life safety upgrade and air management replacement. Item 5, TTU, approve budget increase for expanded scope to the United Supermarkets Arena renovation. Item 6, TTU, out of the Jones AT&T Stadium East Building Southeast First Floor project. Item 7, TTU, approve amendment to lease agreement. Item 8, TTU Health Sciences Center, approve establishment of a Stage 1. Item 9, Science Center, approve establishment of a Stage 1 design for a new Permian Basin academic facility on the Odessa campus. Item 10, TTU Health Sciences Center, approve Stage 1 design budget for the new Clinical Simulation Center on the Amarillo. Item 11, Sciences Center, authorize the long-term TTU Health Sciences Basin campus. Item 12, TTU Health Sciences, approve establishment of design budget for the new Medical Science Building on the El Paso campus as revised. Mr. Chairman, the committee also accepted the following reports. Item 13, TTU report on the new Residence Hall project, and item 14, TTU system facilities planning and construction projects. Mr. Chairman, the committee approval of the items as presented, and I so move.
Do I hear a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Please continue.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the report of the Facilities Committee.
Finance and Administration Committee of the Board met in open session on Thursday, August 6, 2015, and considered items 5 as presented on pages FA1 through FA14 of the agenda book. Of the FY 2016 operating budgets for the system and components at ASU to approve an agreement for health clinic operations. At the system, approve a resolution adopting a Texas Tech University system-wide hazard mitigation plan. 4, authorize differential spending distribution rates, Carr Foundation funds, long-term investment fund of the system until such time as rescinded. The committee also accepted a report, which is under item number 5, from Texas Tech University, was a report on the plan.
Continue.
This concludes the report of the finance.
Thank you. Chairman Lancaster, items considered.
The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee of the Board met in open session on Thursday, August the 6th, 2015, and considered items 1 through 11 as presented on pages ACS 1 and ACS 15 of the agenda book. I request that the following be considered and approved as a group. Item 1, ASU, approve appointment. Item 2, ASU, approve revisions to the Student Handbook of Angelo State University effective August 10th, 2015. Item 3, ASU, requirements at Angelo State University. TTU, approve appointment with tenure. Item 5, TTU, approve concept establishment of an off-campus instructional site in San Jose, Costa Rica as revised. Item 6, TTU, approve exception to section 03.01.8, Regent Rules Nepotism. Item 7, TTU HSC, approve conferral of emeritus appointment. Item 8, TTU HSC and TTU approve the dual degree programs between TTU HSC Graduate Biomedical Science and TTU Rawls College of Business. Item TTU HSC approve the establishment of the Department of Otolaryngology in the School of Medicine. Item 10, HSC El Paso, HSC approve conferral of emeritus appointments. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the report of Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Thank you. Continue meeting as a committee of the whole in board. Mr. Locke, please present the schedule of the upcoming meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are no changes to the schedule. Your next regularly scheduled meeting will be back here in 62 days.
Thank you. Chancellor Duncan, please present your.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I have two areas that I want to briefly report to you on. Our first will be a philanthropy update. For the current fiscal year, our year-to-date fundraising totals from across the system is $135,343,162. We're projecting to raise just more than $56 million for this fiscal year. By comparison with recent successful, we raised almost $184 million in fiscal 2011, which included 3 significant software gifts, more than $84 million. So the cash is really significant over that year with this report. In fiscal year 2014, we raised just more than $158 million, and in fiscal year 2007, we raised almost $154 million. This included the $52 million gift from Paul Foster, the largest in the system's history. I'm proud of the work that's been done by Chancellor Elisa Calvert and the entire institute team in getting ready and revamping and refreshing where we'll be headed with philanthropy in years. For example, I like the idea of raising that annual giving be used immediately to impact in the Texas Tech University system. And you'll be hearing more from us about how we plan to do that as we roll out new ideas and we do some refreshing in some of our data management. Would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. The next area I want to talk to you about briefly is federal affairs update. As I've mentioned to you before, this is a refreshing federal relations. A couple of different concepts, and over the next few months we'll begin to roll out our new. We plan to see a few things as a result of this approach. First, we want to inspire research energy at all of our component institutions, and secondly, we want to take directed into fundable ideas and opportunities. We have a tremendous opportunity in the federal affairs area, and I'm looking forward to sharing success stories from our renewed relations. In both areas, philanthropy and federal affairs, I want to congratulate all of our presidents who have worked very closely with us to design and develop going forward. We have a great team here. It's the key to us being able to move forward with these new approaches and different approaches to philanthropy and federal affairs. I have one other thing that was, I heard there were some issues going on. Colors, they're really quick. They respond to issues really quickly. Chris, we have for you.
Thank you for bailing me out. Rick threw it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to start off with is that Angelo State through the Chronicle of Higher Education has been named as one of the great colleges to work for in 2015. This designation is based upon surveys conducted earlier in this year by 43,500 employees nationwide, 78 colleges. Angelo was one of 8 Texas four-year institutions of higher education and one of only 3 state-supported universities to be honored. And ASU has previously had received this designation in 2009 and 2013, and we're one of only 42 institutions nationwide to reach the honor roll, which we were recognized for 10 out of the 12 possible categories. It's just indicative of the morale on campus, and we're very, very proud of that. The ASU Department of Agriculture's Meat Science Quiz Bowl team won the national championship at the reciprocal meet June at the University of Nebraska. By winning this competition, the ASU team is designated as the 2015 Graduate Quiz Bowl champion, national champion, and victorious over 29 teams from 9 universities. In the finals was Angelo State and Texas Tech, and we just but we did it with grace, and we took them out to dinner afterwards. But it was a great, obviously, Texas Tech has beat us for many years, and it was one time we were able to best them. But it was all in good hands. I will say that both of our coaches came from Tech. ASU has also been awarded from the Research of Texas CPRIT grant to expand an ongoing project to provide breast and cervical cancer and prevention services to women of West Central Texas. The ASU project is titled, project will continue to be coordinated through our Laura Bush Institute for Women's Health at Angelo State.
Where's that from?
Sorry?
Where's it from?
We had the biggest and best one in the state. I don't know. I think we have a couple of satellite ones up here in Lubbock and Amarillo, but got him, didn't it? All right. Dr. Dowler, a Psychology at Angelo State University, has received the 2015 Joseph Grinnell Award for Excellence in Education from the American Society of Mammalogists. A 27-year member of the ASU biology faculty, Dr. Dowler is also the curator of mammals collection at Angelo University for the Natural History Collections. In our honors program, students recently received various honors to further their higher education. Duncan Knox, who graduated in May, received the Marvel Stockwell Scholarship for the Gamma Mu International Honor Society, F. Zimmerman Scholarship from Phi Alpha Theta National History Honor Society. Knox will start his master's degree studies here at Texas Tech this fall. Meanwhile, biology major Arnon spent 3 weeks in London this summer at the 2015 Revolutions in Biomedicine Summer School conducted by the Faculty of Medicine at the Imperial College of London. And a junior security studies major, Haley Rhodes, spent this summer interning and staying at the Texas Tech House in Washington as an intern for U.S. Congressman Mike Conaway. Angelo State University has been named one of the top nation's 50 college students by bestcolleges.com, an online college guide that ranks institutes for higher education in various categories. And for the 7th year in a row, ASU has also been listed by the Princeton Review as one of the best 380 undergraduate institutions in America. Dr. Andrew Wright of the ASU Ag faculty has been awarded a 3-year, $90,000 grant from USDA to fund a project titled Enhanced Education, Expanded Research Capabilities Through Experimental Economics Laboratories. This grant is a sub-award through Texas Tech University for the purpose of establishing experimental economics laboratories at both at ASU and Texas Tech that operate on research projects, enhance the education of agriculture, economics, and agribusiness students at both schools. This is something that really developing well, and we appreciate Dr. Nelson and the team working with us on this. Angelo State University's nursing programs have earned their accreditation by the American Association of Colleges of Nursing Commission on Collegiate Nursing Education. Following an extensive application process that culminated with a campus site visit last fall, CCE evaluators. The initial accreditation through year 2020, and all 3 ASU nursing education tracks, the baccalaureate, master's, and postmasters, have been individually and collectively. And I know we don't normally talk about individual disciplines. Nursing is such a large factor for Angelo State. I wanted to bring that about. Over the last few months, several ASU programs have received recognition of agencies and websites that rank programs in individual academic disciplines, including the U.S. News and World Report. Recognized programs include criminal justice, psychology, and graduate education. Dr. Doyle Carter, the director of ASU Center for Community Engagement, which was really important as far as SACS accreditation, has been selected for the Association of American Colleges and Universities to represent the state of Texas as a faculty fellow on the new faculty project. The 26 faculty fellows will operate across 5 states, California, Indiana, Texas, Utah, and Wisconsin, to best identify best practices to lead faculty development. And finally, Angelo University Residence Hall has been recognized as being among the most affordable college dorms in America by AffordableSchools.net, a higher education resource website designed to connect students with the best and affordable. Overall, ASU's residence halls were ranked number 3 recognized. These rankings were based on the average room and the rates we charge, as well as the amenities and facilities and social provided. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Jerry, share any comments you have with us?
Good morning. I would like to congratulate your student regent, Victoria Messer. We look forward to working with you in the near future. Before I like to get started in news, it is truly an honor to be back here again. But we have some students in attendance today from Angelo State University. They're from our. So first off, I'm going to introduce Brandy Washington, chair of our Environment, Health, and Sports Committee. She is a social work major and hopes to one day become a clinical social worker for our veterans. Tyler Tischler is our SGA secretary, a marketing major. Tyler wants to own his own real estate company. Peyton LeBove is back from last time we were here. He is a pre-med biology major with hope of medical school in the future. He is our president pro tempore. And Dr. May mentioned Haley Rhodes is actually our vice president. She was here last time. She's in DC still, and we wish her. She wishes that she could be here. These senators are very interested in what's going on in our, and they were really happy to come. They've learned a lot. I've gotten to talk to them, so they're really interested. So they're glad to be here. Now on to some students. I'd like to recognize our previous student body president, Jared Gerker. He is going to be in Washington, D.C. with U.S. Representative Michael Conaway. I'd like to wish him luck. I'd like to recognize Mr. David Goggin, an Angelo State Ram baseball player who was honored with the Elite Award. The Elite 89 fan fest encompassed 91 student athletes from throughout Division I, Division II, and who had won the 89 award at their respective NCAA championship. Goggin was presented the Elite 89 award in May when the Rams advanced to the NCAA Baseball National Finals in Cary, North Carolina. Before fans took to social media, 68 votes, making up to 12% of the total voting pool. We are very proud of David as he represented ASU very well. Over the past month, my team and I have worked diligently and one goal in coming into office, and that goal was to fill the entire student senate. By having every student represented on campus, I feel the administration will have a great the students and more student voices can be heard. Last time I was here, I reported that we had 13 total seats to fill, and I'm very excited to just over months in the summer we've seen amazing numbers averaging around 300 a month, which is more than we anticipated in the summer months. Overall, we have great at Angelo State and great Angelo State students. Our main message this year is Ram Fam, we take care of our own, and we intend to do so this year. Thank you for your time. Go Rams and Recom Tech.
Regents, I wanted to focus on another one of our core areas as we advance our vision. Here I wanted to briefly summarize our activities related to enhancing graduate education. An important part of us being a major national research university. Just recently, actually a few years ago, the National Research Council published a report called "Of the Gathering Storm Revisited," where they articulated a critical need in the United States as far as enhancing graduate education, that we were falling behind countries like China and the European Union countries as well, focus on graduate education. Well, I'm pleased to say at Texas Tech University, we're very aggressive in enhancing our efforts in the graduate education and national research. Restructuring graduate education was an important part of what steps as I came in and working very closely with our provost, Guvenak. We were able to hire Dr. Mark Sheridan, who's here today. Mark, we appreciate you being here. And Mark was hired in the fall of 2020. Since then, we've marketing director and recruiter. We have a strategic enrollment management plan for our graduate programs that was implemented. We've transitioned to electronic applications, which has enhanced our application pools. We've making sure that we not only recruit graduate students, but we promote them for the highest level of national success and Fulbright awards. And then we've added a graduate center created to serve as a nexus for professional career development activities and graduate-specific program enhancements. Our applications were up 32% for the fall of 2014 and 5.2% for the spring of 2015. We had record, as you know, this last fall as far as our graduate enrollment as well as the record enrollment for the spring. International graduate enrollment overall is up 19% for fall of 2014 and up 17% for the spring of 2015. The number of international sponsored graduates increased by over 50 students that are sponsored by their home countries or businesses. Scientific mobility program. Brazil is sponsoring graduate students to come to countries like the United States. A record number of master's and doctoral degrees awarded, and 2 of our students were awarded prestigious National Science Foundation graduate research fellowships. If you look nationally at what's happening, it's a very different dynamic. Between 2008 and 2011, nationwide graduate enrollment increased approximately 1% per year. More recently, it's slowed to, it actually decreased 0.2% following a 2.3% decline the previous year. So when you look at the trends at Texas Tech, we are overcoming those national trends by the way in which we are marketing and promoting, as well as the visitors Texas Tech is gaining nationally as an emerging research. So if you look at our graduate enrollment right now, we are ranked 77th in the nation. Remember, there are over 4,000 public and private for-profit and not-for-profit universities in the United States. Our doctoral enrollment in STEM disciplines, science, technology, engineering, and math, ranked 74th nationally in the top 18%. We were ahead of all of our Big 12 peers except for UT, Oklahoma State, and Kansas. And the number of doctoral degrees, we were actually ranked 64th nationally as far as the degrees awarded. So that's a big statement as far as how we're perceived nationally, ahead of ahead of everyone except for UT, Iowa State, Kansas. 15 of our graduate programs were ranked at Rawls College and the Whitaker College 100. Many programs have top rankings by accrediting bodies or independent discipline serving review boards or journals. Remember, just recently, communication program was ranked #1 in the nation. Our clinical psychology, creative writing programs ranked very high, top 20 in the nation. The Rawls College of Business has a number of programs ranked in the top 25 to 30 in the nation, like our accounting program. And our personal financial planning program is ranked #1 as well. Where we need to improve, though, as we move towards 2020 and our strategic goal, to elevate the number of our students as part of our total student body from 16% as it is today to 20%. That's 8,000 students that we want out of 40,000 students that we're likely to have by 2020, even with our management of those numbers. And the percent of graduate student funded, that's another for us. If we look currently at Texas Tech, 27% are funded. Where we want to be as far as AAU type schools, 40% are. It also comes from institutional support. So we need to invest further in graduate stipends and fellowships. Speaking of graduate stipends, lag behind as far as our competitive advantage when you look at those types of AAU schools. We're approximately $4,000 per year below the national average as far as those stipends. So we need to continue to invest in that area as well. So these are some of the key challenges as we move forward as a national university. So overall, the path forward ahead is to elevate our academic identity, the public awareness of Texas Tech University. We need to continue to promote that nationally, to enhance professionalism through career training and professional development, to expand our global footprint. We need more students, enhance our diversity, and get to 8,000 students, increase the quality of our applicants, increase the number of students sponsored by prestigious national fellowships, increase retention, reduce time to degree, and increase success of our workforce. Again, we have, I think, good leaders in this area. Mark job, but he's working very closely with the deans and faculty. Many times graduate programs grow by reputation of program and reputation of faculty. It's different than recruiting at the undergraduate level because students at the graduate level want to come and work for a specific faculty member. And we're enhancing our graduate offerings as well. We added a new master's degree in strategic. We just added a new master's in social work that we think, again, will drive the numbers up as far as opportunities for offerings. So other slides that I won't touch on, I'll let you look at your leisure. I've provided you, you should have a handout that's called Texas Tech University and Title IX. You know this is getting a lot of scrutiny. Title IX, federal regulations related to this and risk management. A lot of people working on this. Dr. Munoz and his staff put this handout together that we'll be providing to students as they come on campus and briefing them on the program available that are available to them. So I just wanted to share this with you. You can look at it again at your leisure. But I appreciate the opportunity to share this with you. I hope at the October meeting to brief you on our latest as it relates to federal funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Open. Report.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity, Board of Regents, for opportunity to come and speak with you today. Just like former President Jarrett here, and as well as the ones probably following me, I'd like to congratulate the new student regent on being appointed, and Regent Messer and Victoria, she's a good friend of mine the last year and a half. It's kind of hard to say that, but looking forward to working with you in a different way next year. And President Ellis, I do want to say I tried to stop Dr. Bill Dean, but I couldn't. So I know that Red Raider Outfitters has a similar watch like that, and I'm not asking, but I will say I will take one. So thought I'd share that with you before we get started here, and thank you for the opportunity to speak, President Ellis. I'd like to say first off, personally, opportunity to work with Vice President of in Washington. I'm really blessed with that opportunity through the Texas Tech University system, as well as Amber Yanez through Texas Tech. It was a great experience, learned a lot, and I actually had the opportunity to work with over 150 student body presidents across the country at the presidential leadership was up there. Opportunity. We actually were invited to the White House. It was a tremendous experience, and with a lot of Ivy League level colleges, and what was it last night? Ivy League of the South. That's what we are, right? Yes, sir. So we're able to show that, right? Harvard of the South. So that was something we shared along the way. But it was a great experience, and we're able to meet Vice President Joe Biden, but I believe his son had passed away the night before, so it was a very difficult time for him. But it was a great experience. Learned a lot back to Texas Tech here in Lubbock from that meeting and from that conference. But Saba and Caleb, our other vice presidents, actually also were topped that and helped out the Tibet country over across the seas with an initiative. I'm not sure if you guys had heard about it. There was a competition where many schools competed. They submitted a report and a recommendation to help the economy or help the water issues, anything in regards to promoting Tibet. You could submit a report or recommendation, and we at Texas Tech we won that competition, and Saba and Cable now potentially opportunity pending the government to go to Tibet and help out with the economic crisis over there. So our are going worldwide, not only here at Texas Tech, but making an influence elsewhere. So we thought DC was cool, but here they are changing the world. So with that being said, we do want to talk a little bit about what we've been doing this summer for Texas Tech and through student government. One large initiative that I don't know if you guys remember hearing about, scholarship was something we really wanted to push here, and we have $0 given through Student Government Association currently. And thanks to the Vice President of Institutional Diversity, Dr. Juan Munoz, we should and hope $20,000 to students. So really looking forward to that and implementing that process in the near future. And it's a really, really cool thing that I didn't think was going to happen for a few years. I thought the next 3 or 4 years would be fundraising, and that was my plan. And here we are already waiting just on descriptions for the scholarships, you know. So we're really looking forward to doing that and reporting back to you with you guys on a report for the students. Second, I wanted to talk about a 21st birthday email. That's something we had thought of. It's a safety initiative. I know that the last year was kind of an issue with safety, and so we wanted to give students an email through student government saying, hey, you know, we understand that this May, you know, your celebration's on the 21st birthday, so we wanted to try to share, you know, recommendations and what we feel you guys, you know, as students, what they can do to improve those different whenever you're celebrating your 21st birthday. And we partner with the RISE department, a new department on campus, with that initiative. So that was a great experience, getting to know those faculty and staff, and hope to December on a positive impact there. Third, we wanted to talk to you a little about Raider Cash, something that I'm sure you've heard many times through President Hatch last year, and hope to be able to report successfully in the next year. I know we've been working hard on that and trying to get businesses on board. I know that's been a difficult thing. Like I said, it's been in the works, it's off the ground, but it's not real high yet. We're going to start and hope to have many businesses on board, engagement by January to have that. I know that we actually this week had one guy, Calzone, Mets, if you've been over there a few times, but it's a great place to eat. We're about to have the opportunity as students to use our Raider Cash to go across there and eat off campus as well. So that's going to be a very special opportunity. I know students are very excited about and hope to report back to you soon on that. Patients, final thing I wanted to talk about, that's something large that's been on, I know well, a lot of you have attended meetings, and I know that our vice president has worked very hard to look at talk to us a little bit about what we can do as students to fix kind of that initiative from the student government side. One large thing that we'd like to do is try to improve the communication of the routes. That's something students, you know, have had issues with in the past. We've seen that students will walk 20 minutes before they'll take just because they don't understand the routes. And I know I honestly, my freshman year, had that same experience. And now, luckily, I know how the routes operate, and so I'm looking forward to trying to communicate that to the other 35 across campus. So we're going to do that through many different initiatives on social media, through an improvement on the maps, make them easier to read. Or not, that was a difficult thing, but we actually are improving that, as well as our information on side of each. And then finally, services is something we're trying to improve. We've had some rumors in the past that it's not necessarily a service we should be doing, you know, during the night, because they think that they get in trouble by usage of it. And so we're trying to improve that culture, and we also are looking to improve, as last year we did have some issues with our night services, but we have improved that, and we're looking forward to improving our partnerships in many different regards. And we're hoping, I know that we've looked into taxi services, we've looked into Uber, which is an application that many students use across the country. Many people it's really big in the Northeast, but we know that we've ran into to find other routes and modes of transportation for our night. With that being said, we also have a Senate retreat coming up, so we'll report back to you with that, with nice pictures and everything else of our senators and in the fall. And so, looking forward to getting the semester started, and look forward to reporting back to you guys in December. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and thank you, President Ellis, for always keeping the students in mind. I know that that's a top priority of yours, and you emphasize that, and I know students feel the same way. So thank you very much, and look forward to working with you guys this weekend as commencement does begin as well. Thank you very much.
Dr. Mitchell?
Mr. Chairman, before I start, I'd like to take a point of personal privilege for just a minute listening to Brian May, you know, and all the great things going on at ASU, all the great things going on at TTU. We all pick on each other a lot. Proud parents of our universities, and we do have a good time. And I'm reminded of a story, so Ben, don't start that clock. The second mother says, well, my son went to seminary too. He's been doing it a little bit longer than yours, and he's now a bishop. So when he walks in the room, people grace. Third mother said, well, my son went to seminary as well, and he's been doing it longer than either of your two, and he's now a cardinal. So when he walks in the room, people say, Your Eminence. And they all look at the fourth mother and said, well, you know, how do they address your son? She goes, well, my son didn't go to seminary. but he is 6'4", gorgeous blue eyes, broad shoulders, and when he walks in the room, all the girls say, "Oh my God." At the Health Sciences Center, we did not go to the seminary. First,
Blonde hair.
first thing you have here is a president's report, and I put these together for you guys to look at on your own time with it. This is a good update. Been going on at the HSC since the last board meeting, and on this one in particular, at the end of it is the required report from institutional compliance that we're required to give you guys on an annual basis. So if you'll just look through this at your leisure, I think you'll find really good information about the things going on, not at the level, but at schools individual levels. And what I'm going to do with this, I'm going to start out by showing you guys what happened to our building on July 6th of this year. This is a photograph taken by one of our faculty members, and Nina's job of getting the work done is important. And when I saw this photo, when it was sent to me, I started paying a little more attention to it. There was something unusual about where this lightning had struck the building, and as I started zeroing in on it, what I found was, if you look at that area where it struck, actually the god Thor. So even the Nordic god himself wants something done with our building. So I'm very, very happy to say that we're moving forward on our renovations. What I'd like to speak about today is our student satisfaction survey, and before I jump into the student satisfaction survey, one of the things that highlights the caliber of the folks that we have on the Health Sciences Center side. The American Association of Medical Colleges does a survey annually looking at faculty satisfaction, and our survey results this year put us at the top of the nation for all faculties and schools of medicine across for enjoying where they work. It's a testament to the folks that we have. Student satisfaction. Every spring, group does a student satisfaction survey that's administered to all Health Science Center students. This is in all of the schools. And with that, we have this 41% response rate, and that's where we've been over the course of years and years and years. When I first started here in 2010, there were areas that were well, all of the students really enjoyed their educational experience, but there were areas that had to do with students working together, getting to know students in other disciplines that really needed some work. And so we've been working very, very hard through the Student Government Association, through student services, through our faculty and our staff members, spending a lot more time putting things together that brings our students from the various schools. Students for this represent all of our on all of our campuses. And this is just a breakdown of the response by the various schools, but all of them participate in this. And the scoring system is a six-point scale scoring system. 6 is very satisfied, 5 is satisfied, 4 is somewhat satisfied, 3 somewhat dissatisfied, 2 is dissatisfied, and 1 is very satisfied. And the way we these things in aggregate, we'll look to see just overall how the students are feeling, and we also break it down by campus and school, and then we look at this data on an annual basis to make sure that we're continually working on those areas that are problematic for us. The means, the averages are color-coded to highlight the areas of our strength, which we highlight in green, the areas of potential improvement, which we put in yellow, and then obviously the areas of concern we put in red. So anything that is above 5.49, 5.5 and above is ours. Any to a 4 or 5 is an area that needs improvement. And then we really flag where we're getting a collective response of 3.5 or below. That's an area of concern. I'll point out just a couple of things. For the institution as a whole, this is the summation of it. The student satisfaction with their experiences at TTUHSC is at an high for the history of the university. And one of the things that we've really focused on this as a whole, TTUHSC students express the highest ever level of satisfaction with their opportunities to learn about, from, and with students and or practitioners. Graduate are more than just satisfied with their educational experience, but they're satisfied with their overall experience of having come through our university. So this has been a target we've had for the last six evaluations, and the needle has continually moved, and I'm extremely proud of the work that everybody has done for this. On the flip side to it, there are certain areas that historically we always have to work on. Information technology is one that is exceedingly difficult to keep up with because information technology is constantly changing, and also because of the way we're set up as a multi-campus university. It's hard to make sure that all campuses are working together and rising together when it comes to IT. So if you look at things like hours of availability, the IT help desk, things of that nature, those are things that are areas that we have to monitor. Student health services, these are things that part of the issue of services is that it varies from campus to campus depending on the size of the campus, depending on the type of students that we have there. Of historical concern that we constantly work and constantly monitor. We have a couple of new items. Parking has become an issue on the Lubbock campus, and I think was showing with parking for El Paso yesterday. This is one of those things that is far cheaper than garage parking, and so we're currently, if you guys have been over on the HSC side recently, you've seen that we're doing a lot of construction on that side. We're opening up the parking more. I think, Elmo, we're picking up 400 slots or 450 slots over there, which will help us at least for the time being. The Title IX legislation, we're actually a little bit new to this on our side. This is something that through the system office and through HR to make sure that everybody on our side is issue for health science centers that's a little bit different than the general academics, is that if you're looking at the relationship between fees and students, it's pretty clear cut on the general side, but on the health science center sides, you'll have students that have become great friends with one another, and then as the students graduate, for example in the School of Medicine, and the next year if they stay for residency, they're actually technically at that point employees. They're no longer students, although they're still in training. So all this very different relationship between an employee who may be very good friends and a student that technically is under their supervision. So it really water on that, but we're working to make sure that everybody gets the appropriate training for that. So that's the end of my report. If you guys have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Michael.
Oh, no. Well, Mike's not here. Instead, we have Cheyenne Mango. Mike is apparently hiking 14,000 footers up in Colorado right now. Obviously, he didn't have something better to do, like be at the board meeting. Cheyenne is a second-year med student for us, and she's going to speak on behalf of the Health Science Center.
Yeah, Mike's trying to set a world record to see how many 14ers they can summit in about a week. As President Mitchell mentioned, I'm Cheyenne Mangold. I'm the Vice President of Operations at the Health Sciences Center. I'm a little background about myself. I'm originally from San Antonio, so yes, I am a Spurs fan. I'm a second-year medical student, and I'm also working on my master's in public health. Before I came to Texas Tech, I went to a small liberal arts college outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, called Washington and Jefferson College, bachelor's in cell and molecular biology. My overall goal after graduating med school is to be a surgeon and work for a professional sports team. For SGA, this summer we've been working extremely hard to get everything ready for the fall and also to participate in different summer activities. Is the IDEAL camps. Those are the development and enrichment of advanced learners. These are generally high schoolers. They come from Brazil as well as, and we work with them to show them different aspects of the medical field. And they get to see tours of the OR, they get to go down to the anatomy lab, they got to hold human organs, and they got to opportunities that are available to them. They also got to talk with students and get lectures from center faculty. An aspect we've been working on since the spring is Our Legacy Now. It's the student portion of the Your Life, Our Purpose. Our Legacy will be able to award even more money, also target students from unique situations. This scholarship will allow students who have not before been able to go to school and obtain a degree that was before unavailable to them. We've been participating in this summer are both at the Center and on the TTU campus. On the TTU campus, the SGA and Student Services have attended orientation for transfer students and for new students. We've talked about opportunities available to students at the Health Science Center. We've also talked about different programs at the Health Science Center to encourage freshmen and transfer students that there is more after you graduate from an undergrad. On the Health Science Center campus, we've the orientations for the new students, including allied health and School of Medicine. We go and speak in front of all of the students and encourage them to run for senator positions. We've also gone and done tabling and gone to student organization fairs to talk one-on-one. We've had a pretty good turnout. So far for the School of Medicine, out of 182 students, we had 70 students sign up and express their interest in being a part of the SGA at the Health Science Center. As for events, we've been working hard over the summer to set up the framework for everything that we do over the year. We've planned so many of our events. We've actually gone and scheduled and contacted and reserved all of the speakers for all 3 of our major events. These include the new Senator Orientation in September, our annual Leadership Summit, which happens also in September. We've gone ahead and planned the joint Congress that we do with TTU that happens in January. We've also gone ahead and done elections for the programs that have started, including occupational therapy, physical therapy, and athletic training. We're working on the School of Medicine right now. As President Mitchell mentioned, we also have a component of the Student Satisfaction Survey. The survey asks students about the SGA and how they feel about it. And we actually improved significantly in many areas. We improved visibility on the Lubbock and the Amarillo campus. We also students knowing who their SGA senators were, what events they did, and we also improved in students feeling like we accurately represented them. The areas where we did lack were with distant students and also on the Midland-Odessa campus. So in order to combat that, we will be heading to Welcome Back events in Dallas, Abilene, Midland, Odessa, and on the Lubbock campus. We will have executive officers at each of those to talk one-on-one with students to help improve our visibility and to help improve students' need on the specific campuses. And lastly, in order to help increase our awareness, we've also launched a new social media campaign to advertise events on the Facebook and also have a couple giveaways. The first one is in the works right now. We'll be giving away signed football, so students can like the page, and also then they'll get updates from the SGA via social media, because we found that's generally the reach students. And as we prepare for the fall, we will be undergoing more elections and getting everything ready for the fall semester to start, which happens in September. And that is everything I have. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you guys today, since Mike was unable to come. And I think that's it.
I'd like to have you come every time now.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Dr. Blank.
Before we start the timer, I'd like to announce to the Chancellor and to Lisa Calvert, 44 long. When I need a new suit, I'm just going to wear an orange one to this meeting, but I'll get a new attire. So 44 long. So I have 2 things I'd like to share with you. Overview of our institution for the newer regents and those that haven't been out to El Paso. And I want to finish. Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso is a model for innovative teaching, high-quality patient care, and novel border health research. Since 1973, our campus has played an important role in El Paso's healthcare history. Our foundation is based on the values of education, research, and patient care, yet our roots span towards a world emerging in technology, academic innovation, and cultural immersion. To meet the critical healthcare needs of the Paso del Norte region, a freestanding health science center was established in 2013. Every year, the Paul L. Foster School of Medicine, School of Nursing, and the Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences accommodates hundreds of students who will soon become healthcare professionals. Education of these outstanding students demands a unique curriculum involving the use of and simulators and engagement in the culture and lives of those we're trying to reach. Community partnerships also prepare our students and faculty physicians to excel. Our clinicians comprise the region's largest multi-specialty practice group and provide services in the only Level 1 trauma center in a 2-. In fall 2016, medical and resident physicians and faculty from Texas Tech University Center El Paso will benefit from our collaboration with the Providence Health Network. A new 140-bed teaching hospital and medical in West El Paso will enhance educational training in special emergency medicine, family medicine, internal medicine, obstetrics and gynecology, pediatric psychiatry, radiology, and surgery. This collaboration will provide patients with opportunities to participate in 25 medical residents across a multi-year program. Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso is the nation's first with world-renowned faculty, state-of-the-art facilities and equipment, as well as unique community partnerships. Students who graduate from Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso are prepared to care for patients beyond borders.
Victoria, where are you at? Victoria and her group put this together all in-house. It took them 3 days? About 3 days to do that. So they did a terrific job. I want to highlight, that's kind of a broad picture, but I want to talk about a very important building. Nice place. This is Dr. Hoy Ho. If you don't, you may not know, my Associate Dean for Faculty Affairs and Development. He's a professor of medicine, and I'd like to introduce him because what you saw, he's in a large. He joined us in 1986, so he's been with us for almost 30 years. He was appointed Assistant Dean for Faculty Affairs in 2002, Associate Dean of Faculty Affairs in 2008. He directs the Advanced Teaching and Assessment and Clinical Simulation. It's a simulation center that you saw, we effectively call ATACS. His practice specialties include internal medicine, infectious disease, and geriatrics. That really doesn't begin to tell the whole story. He received his medical degree in 1974 at the University of Saigon School of Medicine, where he specialized in medicine, critical care, and infectious diseases. Shortly after the Viet Cong took over South Vietnam, he was in hiding for 3 years. He literally lived in various patients' houses, place because they were trying to find him to kill him. He made his way, this is very interesting, he constructed or found a wooden boat that was not seaworthy. He's an engineer by training. He made a forward-looking sonar at these other people's houses, attached it to the boat, took his family, including his 4-month-old son, through murky waters and through the dark to Malaysia, where he landed at a concentration camp, 1 square mile of 65,000 people, and was their doctor for about a year before he made his way to the United States. It's a remarkable story. He came to El Paso and completely redid his internal medicine residency all over again. Then completed a fellowship in oncology. He's already done infectious disease prior to that. And then he's been in El Paso ever since. Guidance to ATACS is the only simulation center in the state of Texas that received the accreditation award by the Society of Simulation in Healthcare in January of 2000. He has incredibly humble, and one of the things that Ted and I worked on is there are a number of awards that are given every year to various faculty. And every time an award would come up that I thought was suiting, I'd say, we ought to nominate Dr. Ho for that award. They'd say, well, he got that award. And I'd say, well, what about this award? Well, he got that award. He has received 57 teaching awards, including Outstanding Faculty, 17 Clinical Excellence, 3 President's Excellence in Teaching Awards for the School of Medicine, 4 Lifetime. 4 Lifetime Teaching Awards. 1 President's Distinguished Service, several awards from the TTUHSC Lubbock Students Senate, residence institution to a large extent. He submitted his retirement to me in September. Now, there's nothing he does that's not calculated. For example, I mentioned he's the Associate Dean of Faculty Affairs. He did a development course because he realized there wasn't consistency in teaching. He didn't talk about it. He just decided to create a faculty development in our institution, goes through that. He realized that people weren't being prepared for promotion correctly, so he has them evaluate them and gets them ready for promotion. He realized lifelong learning was an issue at our institution, so he has now received with our institution accreditation for continued medical education. The Simulation Center was the future of education, so he developed that innovation at our center. Now, when I came to Frankstown, I'm looking at the budget, I'm saying, where's the maintenance and repair budget? Because this equipment, what are we doing for maintenance and repair for contracts? We said, we do nothing. Dr. Ho, because of his engineering. And he realized that we weren't being excellent in terms of preparing and also for scholarly activity. He chairs the P&T committee. He has 6 different things. So when he's in retirement, he assured me it wasn't. But he has a commitment to his cause in Vietnam, and he wants to go back and take many of these things he's learned here and go back to the medical school that he grew up in and was taken over and subsequently been returned to the South Vietnamese and also to I asked him to come. He traveled halfway across the waters to get to Malaysia and then to get to El Paso. I asked him to drive 5 hours here because we couldn't get a convenient flight to get him here on time. I told him there's no money associated with it. There's not even a plaque associated with this. The opportunity to broadcast throughout the Texas Tech nation the kind of individuals we have and built the Texas Tech University Health Science Center in El Paso. We have a culture, but I did not initiate that. I'm carrying that baton. He and others have initiated that. He's done it with incredible integrity and humility. In my 33 years of academic medicine, I hold no one in higher respect than Dr. Ho. So, excuse me, Dwayne. But, so he's here, he didn't get a watch, he didn't get a plaque, he didn't get any money at all.
But there's something more. What Dr. Lang doesn't know is that Dr. Ho's actually joining our faculty.
Well, the funny thing about it was he said actually they tried to recruit him to San Antonio. Now, before I met Dr. Ho, we had an outstanding resident that we worked very hard to retain, a fellow in infectious disease. His name was Tony Ho. And I had no idea it was. The acorn doesn't fall far from the tree, I can assure you. And if we could recruit Tony back here, either Lubbock or El Paso, I'm holding him hostage. Now, in about a year or two, he has agreed to stay on part-time just to the promotions and tenure committee because he can still go back and forth to Vietnam. But I'll be obviously recommending him for emeritus professor. When we do that, we only spend a minute or two talking about individuals. This guy's incredible, absolutely incredible. And I just want to thank you. Dr. Ho, would you please say a few words? Come to the microphone.
What can I say? And my president, Dr. Land, has said many things. But Kim, I think that the lady that humbly, there without her help. So first, on behalf of Kim and I, we would like to thank Board of Regents and the President Land for inviting all of us here today. And especially for all of your kind words, because I hope, tell me, that you pretty good. But I never believed that you were that good. And then I think that it will be a wonderful accomplishment for me. After serving at Tech University for 32 years, it's certainly very difficult for me to take my retirement. Because up until now, I still regret that I did not give enough time to contribute more to the now, Dean and President Dr. Lynch. First of all, support, trust, and confidence, and especially all the help that the Office of Faculty Affairs, Faculty Development, the Clinical Simulation Center, and the Office of Continuing Medical Education, all of our one has been working with me. The 32 years of service at Texas Tech has been and continue to be adventurous. Waiting for the retirement. It is a concerted effort. By the time that I retirement, Kim, she's the chief VA Medical Center in El Paso. She also discussing with her supervisor about her retirement. Because both of us, as Dr. Lan Chu, Vietnam, probably a few months a year, so that we can help assistant faculty development program. And especially to establish the simulation center in some way to compete with the outstanding clinical simulation center in El Paso. That is, for all of you know, that the we call ATAC, that is stand for Advanced Teaching and Clinical Simulation. There is something that we all, as a Texas Tech system, very proud of. There is 38, only 30 center of simulation in the nation and in the world that receive the prestigious accreditation by the Society of Simulation in Healthcare. And that is the only one medical school, the Boyle Foster School of Medicine, that in Texas, of the 9 medical schools that have the accreditation simulation center. I think that I always would like to look for opportunity to, so thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I appreciate you having me here, presidents as well. First of all, I'd like to ask Dr. Lang, I know our curriculum is integrated, but I'd like for you to talk to Dr. Mitchell and see how we can get a clinical rotation in Colorado for a week. I don't know if that's cardiopulmonary or what that is, but might be interested.
Got to know the right people.
All right. All right, also I'd like to congratulate Victoria Messer on her appointment. She gave all the presidents a call and met with all of us, and so I think she's off to a great start, and I think you're going to do very well with them. So, and once again, thanks for having me. Start out by consist of 104 of some of the brightest students, and some are Texas residents. 24 are actually from out of 3,694 applicants. 538 were interviewed, and these were 104 of the best that we could choose from, and we're happy to have them. Their average GPA was 3.7 and MCAT was 29, and here they are at their white coat ceremony where they received their short white coat that not only screams, I don't know what I'm doing here, but also I've worked really hard to get to this point, so I've definitely earned it. And they're also really proud to wear their the double T's that they got recently to wear on their lapel and represent El Paso and Texas Tech in El Paso. Moving on to our upcoming student events. Last time I was here, we talked about the Corazon de Oro event where we went out in the community and volunteered. Well, we've moved that to the beginning of the year, so we'll be doing that again on September 12th, and we're just going to continue to give back to the community responsible for our medical school being there. And on October 4th, we'll also be having the Sprint for Sparks, where we will again raise funds for the medical student-run clinic that provides health care to those who can't otherwise afford medical care. And I'd like to extend an invite to all of you. We're looking for sponsors and participants, and this will also raise money for the medical student-run clinic. And this is a great opportunity for people in El Paso to come together to not only dust off their old clubs and talk about medical care and just have a break from their everyday job, but also to give back to the community that they work in. And this will be at the beautiful mountain course of Butterfield Creek or Butterfield Trail. And if you haven't been out there to this course, it's a public, feels like a private course, and it's very nice. So I'd like to invite you all to come and get a chance to see me birdie opportunity or see Dr. Lang drive the ball into the desert. So we're working on making this a tour so we can get this guy his Grand Slam. Can you click the next? But it's kind of a betrayal. Can you go back one slide, please? It's kind of betrayal of my UT roots to do this to him, but I think he looks the red and black right there. For SGA, our plans. So we're working on our student interest group management. Each year, we have more and more interest. Number of interest groups is increasing, and so that'll kind of dilute the leadership roles that each. But we want to keep the events alive that each group does, and we want to, the passing of the torch, success of class. So we're working on a management system where every officer has a binder and they have folders, and we're working on integrating that, and so that we can really keep everything that we do going strong and just continuing to do well in each of those groups. We're also looking at expanding our volunteer hours here quite a bit, but with each class growing, now it's at 104. It's been at 104 past couple of years. We'd like to expand our volunteering and our reporting of volunteering so that we can really keep track of how much we are giving back to the community, and so it's a great way to kind of showcase what we are doing. Also, we're integrating the different schools, the Gilgreave Hunt School of Nursing, the Biomedical Sciences, Medical Sciences, and Paul Foster School of Medicine, and our SGA. We've worked on the now. We're working on getting that all together so that we organize social events, opportunities, integrate all the interprofessional opportunities that healthcare field is kind of founded upon, and working with, nurses are going to have to work with doctors, are going to have to work with scientists. So if we can all come together early and network and get to know each other and learn to work well early, when we're done with our education and we're out in the community and out in our fields, we'll already know for everything that he's done for our school. Whenever we have a medical skills session, which is what the ATAC Center kind of runs, so there's 3 sessions throughout the day. It goes on in each session. You hear from the next group if Dr. Ho's going to be there. And everybody had a chance to talk to him. He's hilarious and great to be around. And he's a great educator. And he's one of those where you say, man, I wish he taught everything, because he is just exciting to be around. And story, my brother-in-law recently interviewed out in El Paso, and he goes, do you know Dr. Ho? I was like, I know Dr. Ho. Because he was excited, and all this, he gets all the applicants really excited about possibly. So I'd like to thank you for everything you've done for the Texas Tech system and specifically our school. So thank you. And if you have any questions, that concludes my report.
Thank you. The board will now convene an executive session as authorized by section 551071, 551072, 50. The board will move to the Red Raider Lounge for executive session. Regent Montford, please present the motions regarding the items discussed in executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chancellor, would you like to make a few comments before the motions?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. We have recommended, and I think you'll have motions on the contracts for 3 of our presidents that were in the proper cycle for discussion of contracts. Dr. Nellis's contract a year out, and we'll be discussing his contract with him later on as the proper cycle goes on.
Okay, thank you, Chancellor. Having determined that an agreement with the president of Angelo State University is in the best interest of the institution, the Chancellor be authorized to conclude the negotiations and execute an agreement with Brian under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second? Second. Those in favor? Opposed? The motion passes.
Having determined that a revised employment agreement with the president of Texas Tech and execute a revised employment agreement with Dr. Ted Mitchell under the terms and conditions set forth in the employment agreement with the president of Texas Tech Sciences Center at El Paso is in the best interest of the institution, I move that the Chancellor be authorized to conclude the negotiations and execute the employment agreement with Dr. Richard Lang. Session.
Is there a second? All those in favor? Opposed? The motion passes.
Nellis be authorized to conclude the negotiation and execute an extension to the employment agreement of Texas Tech's Director of Athletics under conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second? All those in favor? Opposed? The motion passes.
I move that the Chancellor be delegated the authority to authorize President Nellis to execute, first, an agreement with Lawler Wood or a special purpose entity established for the planned project for the sale or lease of Texas Tech University land adjacent to the Pantex facility, and to a separate for a sublease by Texas Tech University of space in a facility to be built on the land involved under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second? Thank you. Opposed? The motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes all the items out of executive session. No other motions at this time on any of the business that we took up.
Thank you. Final item of business is our announcements. Ben, do we have any announcements? To adjourn the meeting? Second. The meeting of the Board of Regents of Texas Tech University System stands adjourned.
Mr. Chair.
Hallelujah.
I wish I knew what the hell this was.